Let this ceremony begin.
Wee. Whoop. Hello. There's so many people out there. Milo, Guido, DL. I would do with an effect, but would need to change my setup in OBS and the mixer. And Will is there somewhere. Early riser. So, yeah. Sunday stream, and today we do something different. No, we don't. No, dollars. You get you know. Wait.
Hi.
Hello.
I was lazy. I already set up a preset. I thought making something from scratch, but yeah. No, not. Oh, yeah, that's metal. Maybe not at 110 BPM, maybe. I can actually, I did already set up. So, yeah, let's already record. And I'm going to make cuts afterward. So, next 7 minutes, that's polka? Of course. Wee. Busting a move, maybe. I got my mascot, so yeah, he's a bit. No, it's fine. Fluffy mascot. Yeah. Has anyone used Ghostwriter? Ace, what? I did try the subscription ones from East West, but wasn't my thing because yeah, most is orchestral. Why I don't use Contact either, but it's yeah, subscription. You can pay, but Milo was on the reminder page. 909, not really. It's CR78. We go old school today. Yesterday I was actually checking because did load the multi out, And I was wondering, the first channel here, the track number 4, what actually was on it. And I found out it's not really a master track, because there's not really a mixer in that plugin that you can, I send the track here and there. It's pre-made. You just can adjust the volume, panning, solo and stuff. And I was thinking, why is there a channel CR78? And it's the effects. So the effects, the sum is routed to that one. Treat. Ooh, Treat is here.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, I was actually, when I did hesitate a bit why buying such an old drum machine. I mean, that thing is more than 50 years old. So, but it might be that Cherry Audio did some tweaks. I don't know. I'm not sure if the sounds were really sounding like this. I did go through some presets, and there was some pretty damn good presets. Even it's on sale. So if you have this drum machine, it's the Compu Rhythms, and I think it's for $5. You get more experimental cinematic beats, cowbell. Yeah, Treat. We're actually, what's happening here? I'm recording. But it does sound, some of the sounds are very metallic. But it wasn't sample based back then, so it was a synthesizer, actually. And it's actually pretty crazy what sound they made from it. I think it's the first hit from that famous In the Air Tonight uses the CI78. Da Vinci Girl.
Hi.
Hello.
Yay, it's recorded. That's a party beat from the 80s. Yeah, exactly. It's that typical electro beat from the 70s, 80s stuff. Pretty Kraftwerkish. Someone did look yesterday live stream. I didn't. I was watching Chatting with the Dixons, and I don't have his channel subscribed. I don't. I think I unsubscribed. So let's see. Can get rid of the recording, and we can actually switch the thing out. Oops. Recording sounds good. Yeah, plugin guru. No, I didn't. I almost did, but when I heard you can't really do a lot of the idea is interesting, but yeah, I am a preset player, but I don't know. I would have liked to have more edit feature, like loading some, I don't know, sound banks in Falcon that you can edit, or even contact nuts. Not really, because you have to get into the more details, but never did that. Never had the full version anyway. But I think it was on sale at some moment. I thought, maybe not. Maybe should I plug in Guru? It is kind of like DaVinci Girl should know much more than me. You have many presets, I think. So you got the Unify thing here. It's $79. It's not really expensive, but what else? And then you had all the preset packs here. Now there's quite a lot, and he has also other stuff like Omnisphere and Serum, but yeah, the Morphing Orb, who is called differently now. we're still calling him the Morphing Orb. He changes. I don't know how. Is it actually possible to change your handle on YouTube? That's a big question. Not sure. Bonus says something on his video. He says that people love VSV because they don't want to do sound design. Educational sound will save you money versus buying more VSTs. You know, maybe. I do buy my VST because I'm preset player too. Yeah, but you could actually even if you're just a preset player, you get into what would start from the beginning. You get Omnisphere, even Contact, with a lot of all these sound banks. Well, you get quite expensive, but and then you choose a synthesizer like Avenger 2, the Nexus, and what else? Because like Avenger 2 and Nexus are more like a workstation. So you buy those things. I think the Avenger is about 200. The sound packs, they are not as cheap as others, but you wouldn't need actually to buy, like me or ITL, thousands of plugins. You just choose maybe one or two with a lot of presets. So, and that's why I actually I did slow down a bit. I still buy if it's something interesting, or maybe to complete a collection. Like I'm still missing a lot of Cherry Audio stuff, but I'm not gonna buy them all. And I didn't buy into the Voltage modular, even though I have some free stuff but buying all the modules in voltage modeler can get quite expensive. I will keep the morphing mode, but release the stock. You're gonna make a second one. That's an idea. So DaVinci Girl is not amused by it hurts. Voltage modeling is never gonna be done. That's for sure. It's when you look at the stuff they have in voltage modeler, it's you already in VCV Rack. I did buy a few paid modules when I was a bit playing around with it, and they're still much cheaper than voltage modular, because sometimes if you grab, I know Viral Beats did start using it a bit more, and then he said he actually bought a few models, but suddenly he switched more to hardware stuff. But I know a guy who has a YouTube channel, and he is an old retired, like he's a synthesizer nerd, and he actually wrote 2 books, not physical books, but PDF books about voltage modular. And I always thought, might get these one day, because apparently he knows his stuff. He has a YouTube channel. He's a bit of a funny guy, because he looks like these old dudes that you see Saturday mornings at 8 a.m. in a supermarket with the flannel shirts and very, very old school. You have to spend you can't afford the hardware, yeah. That the developer is now no more Shane Dune, and the developer is from Traction, the Hyperion developer. Oh. There's something mentioned on the side, I don't know. Not really about. There's something with John Skippy Limcool. And yeah, there's not much. Let's see if I see something on Facebook here. Still posting. Last post is from 7th February. So I'm not sure. Sale. Yeah, I think I to announce that Wave Sequencer plugins, Hyperion and Thea, are both available at sale. So he's selling already the. But I'm actually wondering now, when you're mentioning it. So this guy is selling his plugin at Plugin Guru. Recently, Dawson made his own homepage, and he actually already made a collaboration, released a sound pack for Cult with Spectralisk, who does sound design. I didn't hear anything about Data Broth yet, so let's see. I got a strange feeling that the second party stuff it's still available at the Traction site, but I'm wondering if they slowly trying to, I don't know, sell their stuff elsewhere instead of just being dependent of Traction. I don't know. Maybe something is happening, but yeah, that's company stuff that we don't really know about. I mean, 60 years from library, but it's fun. Sudo! Hello, Sudo.
Hi.
Hello.
Make has yeah, because Traction has their own stuff and the DAW, and the Dawsome stuff, and there was the Hyperion, and the other synth I did get that is he only made one. Because the Traction, I even installed a player recently. They don't have a huge collection of stuff. So it looks like a very small company, though. But maybe they are not attracting too much traffic to make ends meet for software developers. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to grab new alliances. Horizon. Yes, he does. I did subscribe his channel because he's also doing kind of tutorials on how Horizon works. Yeah, they sell it to Traction, but it's their own. So it's like comparable, like you now can buy UVI stuff at FL Studio, because FL Studio bought the UVI company, but they're still developing their stuff on their own, and you got like the whole shebang of Native Instruments and Isotope and all that stuff, and like then you got companies like Plugin Alliance and Plugin Guru and Plugin Boutique, who has their own stuff and stuff from others, and there are many sites like that. Recently, one actually did close down because apparently there's too much competition going on. Time to focus on something. It's something like connectivity and like unify ecosystem, not really. Because compatible. That's the question. Every company who does a bit more than just one plugin, if it's just maybe a smaller developer or just one guy who releases a lot of plugins like Hornet or Melda, or because Melda is also part of the FL Studio group, so many that do not know, but Melda still develops his own stuff, but they try maybe to broaden their audience, and I don't know, because you got fans of a certain brand or developer, and like there are fans from Cherry Audio, there are huge fans of Ableton. Are they? I don't know. I don't know. Who knows what's really going on in these companies around the world? So, I'm not sure it's going to work. Maybe just single cutting should actually. Let's get rid of the. Now it's working. Let's see if Filtomica. Yeah, I do have the. I do have it. I actually played around with it, but we are going to explore a bit because I'm actually, now that we have the drums, I'm not sure what to add next. So let's see. Not there. Here. I could actually just sadly they don't. I can let's just use a simple one. Maybe something bass. So I'm going to my Cherry Audio stuff here. I think I made a folder. Yeah, since we could actually do nitty gritty with the Atomica. Christopher Butler. Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hello.
The only downside is Cherry Audio plugins are so big. They're too big, too big. Get over here. My studio PC behind the racks, slaying power feeds, station, and keys. Oh my goodness. Behind the racks. Tints ontology for UVI really sucks. We should yes, some say some UVI stuff isn't really sounding good, but I don't know how the hardware sounds, so I'm not sure. And there are some who actually say the Cherry Audio stuff doesn't sound good, but I mean, for me, I'm just playing plugins, and I never played any hardware anyway, so it's maybe too harsh. Might like that one, but that's maybe for some. That might work. Let's test it. So Christopher is working behind the racks. Yeah, UVI never bought something because UVI, they do like when you get contacts, you got the stuff from Native Instruments. It's mostly sampled, so they get some kind of instruments and then they do their sampling and then they program their thing, and UVI actually probably does the same thing. Yeah, I see. Okay, maybe as soon as we can, snake peek. I don't know. Oh, cable mess! I hate cable mess. I read 2-3 days ago. I did some changes here with my volume controller, and I had to change the cables a bit. But just 2 cables. Trusto, he needs the.
Hi.
Hello.
But what was I saying? Yeah, I know that UVI they made, I think even there was Dr. Mix who was in their offices recently when they released. I'm not sure which one. Some new sound pack, and they had that very expensive, huge, gigantic synthesizers, but probably just to do the sound recording, designing things. And yeah, it's sampling, and like many do, and it's not all really like ProSynth Network just discussed something about someone made piano libraries for Contact that came from very, very rare and obscure pianos that actually sit in a museum, just one version of it, and they sampled it and they made a contact library because, yeah, in that way you still can play these things, and even they might not sound 100%, but who would say, because we all hear differently, and maybe some, I don't know, deaf guy who feels the sound and he said, I like that. And the other guy who has maybe a very sensitive hearing, oh, wait, yeah, shut up. Like my mom's sister, she has because she actually never was surrounded by noise and never actually listened to a lot of music. She has a very sensitive hearing, so everything that's a bit loud, and she's shut it up, shut down. So imagine listen to death metal when she's around. Loom dog, hair scoop, zip tie, mountain keeps. Yeah, if you can, I tried that. I tried it, Christopher. I tried like, I don't know, 20 times to actually get some with the cables in. I'm still thinking to really change everything. You would need to buy all the cables from the USB, audio, and power or whatever in the same measure, the same length, and then switch everything on, and then put everything in one box. Let the cables go out and cables go in. So maybe, but yeah, can't imagine in building recording studios and oh my goodness, with all that. I seen a video once about, I think it was a studio that a guy built. He does recordings for movies and TV mostly, and he had a studio, was in a basement, and he renovated the whole shebang with a company that he actually engaged. He hired these guys to do also the sound and all that stuff, and they showed the cable mess that, yeah, with all the, because he had recording, mastering, different rooms, and all the cables was going to into the walls, and there were panels that did hide every cable. You didn't see once it was, everything was closed. It looks fantastic, but cost a lot of money. So apparently there's only a game in town, self-limiting poly. Yeah, that's fucking expensive. You really need native instrument drops on the piano. Do you really care? All it needs is one, maybe two. Keeps, yeah, but DL, that's depending on what you do, because I can't imagine someone who actually a professional who does like any kind of stuff, if he's doing songs or if he's doing like film scoring. Sometimes you just, yeah, oh shit, I just have one piano. And that's the difference. If you are as a hobbyist, you can decide, okay, I just need a DAW, serum, a drum machine, an audio interface, MIDI controller, and that's it. Well, once you get into the professional stuff, somebody comes to you, oh, I got a movie here, but the movie is a horror movie. It's very dark, and then the guy said, oh shit, I just have a piano. So, I don't know. I have 35 years of cable snakes. I have folded, have to have all video stuff. Yeah, I think with the cables, it's really planning, because White Sea Studio did make a video. He has a system also, not really in the, it looks like in the wall, because every cable, every connection, even the power cables, did get into one place. But that's also a lot of planning. Eventually coming in Germany, Reaper and Apologies. Here, normal line. Oh, that's interesting. I need a different tone in different situations, but still, how many do you need? Let's plug in all. But you got people who actually with one instrument, maybe especially plug-in, maybe. I don't know about synthesizers, hardware. There might be some limitations in what they can do, but there's some people doing all kinds of crazy shit with a synthesizer or drum machine. But yeah, they spend they spend hours of editing, and I'm not that person. Definitely not. So let's see how, and as it is a bass, we can make, like Luke says, synth seeker, make the sequence smaller. That's maybe not the right preset. Yeah. Maybe. That's the filter. I made sound design. Visual. Blackface ate that. Oh my goodness. I got more than me. I gotta use sound in Reason Studios. Some native instruments, killing it in production. Using Reason stocks. Yeah, it's you got, when I'm watching Dash Glitch, he mostly starts from scratch. He has maybe some sounds that he laid out, and once he's done with his streams, he got a track. He's like, I'm calling him the wizard. But it depends on the mindset. You can, if you really want to, make a track per day, or even more than one per day. But I don't have the time. I'm still doing a regular job, so when I'm coming home, I might not be all the time in the mood to make music, and there are people actually that their only passion is creating sounds. Even if they have a job, they come home and then put on a computer and boom, let's start. Or like some guitar players who spend hours practicing a certain chord progression or solo until it's, because when you look at the that young, I always forgetting, he looks a bit Asian, from the something with poly, that I don't call his band prog because it's mostly a mishmash of hip hop and rock and I don't know what it. But when I see this guy playing guitar, that's wow. Yeah, Polyphia. And I can't imagine that this guy sits all day around playing guitar. And I did see the video. He made a collaboration with a guy who actually he plays a bit like these Aldi Miola, just with acoustic guitar. Also very, I'm not sure about his name, but he has a very specific style to play the acoustic guitar with tapping and all kinds of crazy things. But I can't imagine these guys spend hours and hours practicing their craft. So it's going to be about to see another email from Plugin Boutique. You can still cancel the emails. I actually did some sorting that the news from I know that some companies can be a bit annoying when it's sending the news email that there is a deal. The worst is Hornet, Plugin Boutique, Audio Deals, and there's another one who also, the others are more you would need to have a wrench, Christopher. Normal people can't send if you have Discord, you could actually send me the link like that, but I'm not sure if you have a Discord or so. That should work. But see how much any costs to convince myself. I don't need that plugin. Yeah, but it's then send it through Discord and I can post it. But yeah, but it's also mindset. Sometimes even this morning I was watching. I think she's Chinese, but she's living in the UK at the moment, and she's a very young artist. She does a bit of tutorials, funny enough, in Logic. Don't use Logic. But here, she does some interesting music, too. And she does a bit of ambient stuff and lo-fi. And this morning, she released a video about Motif. And I heard about that plugin. I think I did see a deal somewhere. And I checked the site and said, ooh, damn, that's pretty expensive. Normal price is $149 for an actual very, very simple MIDI generator. Even Scalar 2 is far cheaper. I did comment that, yeah, it's a bit of, it's on sale at the moment. It's still $100 for a very simple MIDI generator. And I think the plugin is even, when she clicked on the scaling, the different scale types and stuff, it had far less than like Scalar or many others that exist around. So yeah, there's a company who jumps on a certain board and tries to, already just primary sample libraries. I did buy a few things on audio deals. Sometimes there is something, oh, that's a good price, and then but I know that they're selling a lot of third-party contact libraries. There's no bargain basement price. Yeah, it depends. Most of the time, with audio deals, there's nothing. I think I bought maybe 2-3 plugins at their site, but sending the unofficial Reaper Discord. Let me check. Let me check. So let me copy so everybody can see. It did work. There it is. Ooh, that looks nice. That's a cozy place. But that's the same thing like WA production. 3JX8P. No, I actually didn't. I even did not install that free so-called enemy of that AAS plugin that does physical modeling. I'm trying to. Free is nice, even though they sound. In the end, we install that stuff, and in the end, you just play around with it and never use it. Every now and then, there's sweet. Yeah, it's even at the moment. Sometimes you get. That's what is a bit odd. Sometimes you get companies who have deals all the time. Some have never. Like, we all know that the guys behind those crazy delays and reverbs, they're all 50 and they never on sale. 3 or 4 VA, all regrets. Yeah, I think I got 2 or 3, and Valhalla, Valhalla is no deal. Traction does sometimes you get weekend deals or some holidays happening. I really want, and I got PG 300. Independent program. Yeah, but sometimes you get plugins that you're asking yourself, like I almost finished my X series from SSL. I know that Solid State is a renowned company in the hardware industry, but I'm still asking myself, when you look at the plugins, are they actually worth $200 and $300 per plugin? Because when it's on sale, suddenly you can get them for $9 or $12 or $15. So yeah, sale is nice, but a sale is a bit strange when it's like 95% off. That's kind of odd. Imagine if you buy a car that costs a fortune, and suddenly the guy said, "Oh, you can get the car for like $100." And he said, "Wait, that thing cost like $100,000, and you sell it to me for 100? There's something wrong with the car. Yeah, but she costs production and you can. Yeah, it's sometimes it's kind of odd, and sometimes you get like I clearly remember I had the with the solid not the solid Steven Slate thing. They had the Anna 2, and actually it was kind of nice, but like everything that they had in their subscription, you had limited access because they had Anna 2, and I think there were just 2 sound packs included in the subscriptions. Yeah, but then it was like 100 or 150, and suddenly they changed the price to 49, and I thought, yeah, it's a sale, but it's still 49. So I don't know. I don't know. So, does this bass sound good? It does sound a bit strange, though. Yeah, interesting, but that's no, that's not working. It does sound metallic, so that's already interesting. We're getting there somewhere. Nah, Treat loves that. I like watching Nenko doing his stuff when he works in Reason, and I still get the impression that Reason is, if you're really into that 90s sound, because Nenko does his kind of wave EBM stuff, and he does it really good. And I know that a guy that I've seen live, I have his Facebook, he's in my Facebook friends, he's a French guy, and he was producing his new album, and he showed a picture of Reason. I said, "Oh, you're still producing?" Hey, I love that stuff, but he's mostly doing noise industrial. That's sound. Apparently, Reason is perfect for that. I don't know. Send you a link in Discord to now on page Martin, whose homepage. Really good. Feeder ads are bullshit. I will check that. Because I did get rid of a lot of free stuff recently that I never used. I even had someone actually made like six or 8 plugins for free. There was an EQ and stuff, and installed them, and totally forgot about it. Like last stream, someone mentioning that those where was it? I can't remember. Always keep forgetting that. From Robert van der Helm, those spectral plugins. Totally forgot about that. I actually install them, but is that see if is my favorite sequence actually if I actually use it. I do have a lot of sequences. I have my folder here, which I wouldn't even say a lot. I have a very old one that I never use from Code FN42. I have, it's not really even a sequence. It's more, I could actually just get rid of that in the folder because it's not a sequencer, it's more a synthesizer. I'm going to remove it. So we got the Harmony Bloom, the 4 sequences from HY, even 5. I got a very weird one from Sugar Bytes that is a modular sequence. I never figured out how that thing worked. And I got this one, and I got Stepic, Stockers I never use. And I have a very weird one called Tatat, who is unpredictable. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And I don't think you're gonna need more than that. I do like second, but because it's very lightweight and simple to use, it's not much. Because compared to the sequences from HY, they are far more advanced. And I'm still planning on getting the from Kongburn. He made one and he made another. That is very more advanced stuff because he actually added synthesis and sampling and all kinds of crazy things. It's even more advanced than the HY sequences. It's an all-in-one huge sequencer thing. But for what it does, it has everything. If you just like a short sequence and you can actually change it on the fly, could actually try that. Let's get rid of my thing here. It could actually do like a recording like this. It could record the MIDI. You can't change it on the fly. Yes, you can. Interesting. Missing chat here. If I actually use it, I have second for, oh my goodness, I think it was one of the first plugins I actually got on a sale at Plugin Boutique. Probably. I have it for ages. And I like to use it if I really want something very simple to use. Instead of, I'm still surprised that Step Pick, you haven't heard anything new from that guy. So I'm not sure if he's developing something new. There hasn't been any update for ages. Yeah, it's working. So, but I don't know. Suddenly, actually, people stopped featuring it. This really is out of my usual wheelhouse. I did love some Yazoo and Depeche Mode and Winch Cloud. That's yeah. I'm. I do listen to a lot of stuff. From electronics to rock to very broad, depending on my mood. I can one day listen to ABBA, and the other day I might listen to Slayer. And that was also my problem when I was collecting records. I bought everything. Everything I could afford, I bought. I bought discographies from ever major artists. I had Queen, Led Zeppelin, Beatles, the whole shebang from David Bowie. I sold everything because I just had, suddenly I just didn't have the space anymore. And Johnny, smart. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
But Yazoo, Too Shy, Never Ending Story. That was just the singer, I think, from Kajagoogoo. Was it? Well, I never. Funny thing about Kajagoogoo, they had a bassist who does a lot of prog these days outside of even apparently many didn't realize when he played in Kajagoogoo. Yeah, it was very cheap pop, but apparently he was very advanced bass player. Alison Moyer, yeah, she was the singer of Yazoo. They only made 2 records or 3, and she moved on. She made solo, and he did create the other band that I actually never liked, too popish. Yeah, he's a great bassist. Yaz, Upstairs at Eric's, perfect record. Yeah, that's classic. So we got ourselves some bass. I could actually make another recording here and change the sequence a little bit and do on the fly record again. That's pretty great. Oh my goodness. Plugin got nice workflow. Yeah, I'm going crazy here. Sorry, I can actually call it bass. So we got drums and bass. So I can actually deactivate. Second, how many do I forget? A lot of famous bands actually have someone outside. Yeah, but that's Milo with all the bands and musicians. Like I always said, when a band is formed, it's individual guys with individual tastes coming together. And when you analyze, sometimes you got interviews or documentaries, and when you just look at Genesis, when they started out at the original band, when they were formed, they were, psychedelic pop. They tried as songwriters, and suddenly one moved out, another came in, and they got already proggy, and that guy left, and another guy came in, and suddenly they already changed more, and then the singer left. They got more. They stayed proggy for a while because you had Steve Hackett, and once Steve Hackett was gone, boom, pop music. And that's the influence, because Tony Banks, very classical. I think Mike Rutherford was a bit pop jazz influence, and then you got Phil Collins, who was totally into that Motown stuff. And and Steve Hackett was, let's experiment a bit, and Peter Gabriel was more the visual guy and storytelling, and GTR, Steve Hackett, Steve Howe. I even had the 7-inch single from GTR, and when I bought, funny enough, I bought that single when it came out, and I think I knew who Steve Howe was, but the other guy eluded me somehow. Back then. That's but sometimes when I clearly remember when Asia was formed, Prague supergroup, but the sound wasn't really proggish. Yeah, the cover design was, but you got members from ELP and Yes, and it was. I was not really a fan of Asia. I was a fan of Yes, ELP maybe a bit, but it's all taste. I never liked really. I do like prog rock, but not everything. I never a fan from Van der Graaf Generator or Camel a bit. Taste. I don't like high tech. I do like psytrance. I like noise, industrial, and dark ambience. I could listen to New Age, but that song on the radio from Asia at the time was very tame. Yeah, it was typical 80s, that kind of sound. Like, Yes tried to do more pop, Genesis, all these bands. Yeah, the songs got smaller. And funny enough, when you imagine, and then suddenly you had bands like Palace, Marillion, IQ, the neo-prog bands coming up and doing exactly the same thing that the others did in the 70s, maybe a bit smaller songs. And I said, well, they're rip-offs. So But I sound like shit ton of reverb somewhere. Yeah. That's I think back in the 80s I did see a documentary about the 80s sound, and it was very diverse and new experimentation with synthesizers and drum machines and new styles coming up like new wave and electro pop and synth pop like Gary Newman and Depeche Mode and OMD and all this. But in the 70s you had Throbbing Crystal and Yellow Magic Orchestra and uh, Marillion, of course. Played on Mark Kelly's solo project. Ooh, I got a famous man in my chat. Yeah, Marillion is my huge, and funny enough, I do love the Fish era and I do like the H era, but I never really was in the beginning. Yes, with Fish, but suddenly I stopped actually buying anything that he released solo wise. I was buying the Marillion stuff, but Fish kind of, well, John Cordy did. Even from course. Oh, John Nathan Cordy. Yeah, actually, I don't have that record yet, but I'm still trying to get everything. I don't even have the solo work from H. I have some solo stuff from the guitar player, but I missed. Actually, I even have a signed copy of the first single that Pete Travaras made with that guy from Canada, and he actually worked with the son of one of the moon landing guys. That how's the band called? Edison's things. Robert Fripp. Yeah. Some of them. I was never really. It was maybe too jazzy. I don't know, but I do like when he does his crazy things with craziest things with his wife. But yeah, I know that Mark Kelly did record some parts in Real World Studios. I seen pictures of it. That was quite interesting. I said, "Oh," and I recently read an old interview where Marillion faced the change where they dropped from EMI and had to, see how it works out. And it took a while to work out, but that was a time to get, oh, shit, no money. Let's get a job. King Crimson. Yeah, it's the first record, yes, but they're always a bit too, I don't know, kind of weird. I don't know, because Bruford he's a jazz drummer. That's maybe why. And Tony, of course. Tony is Tony. I need something to drink. Let's take a break. I'll be right back. I'm back. EMI, let's see. EMI was a very famous label in 70s, 80s. I think they don't exist anymore. They was bought up by some big company like, was it Warner or Universal or something like that. I clearly remember, I think it was the first or second time I was in London. I was walking by the EMI building and said, "Oh, EMI recordings." Yeah, I think they did. I was like, "Oh, EMI building, interesting." But yeah, long gone, long time, like many labels. And recordings lost over time, bands gone, a lot of history. Oh my goodness. So we got our sequence. We can actually just mute it. And we're still at Cherry Audio. Oops, I lost my, we'll cut up that sequence anyway. Cherry Audio, Cherry. So we got some bass sequence. Maybe some pads. I don't know. I'm not sure where this is going, but I do have. Let me check. Got Alex Reed. I think this one is from. No, it's not this one. I recently bought a new pack. That's another one. Could use it as a bass layer. Just with one note. Let's get into the beginning and add some MIDI. Maybe some. Let's lay down one note. That actually works. Now we're gonna do 4 and then change the others. Oops, key snap. And change this one to could actually just... I'm going to glue them, and I'm changing the length to make it flow into each other. Like that. That should be interesting. Could that call it like a dome? Oops. You got that. Could actually add another dream scene. And already put it on record this time. And dream scenes. Make kind of layer. Maybe Venus TV. I must say, damn Cameron, you're a good sound designer. But there you see the different influences in sound design. Some might do... I recently watched a video about a new preset thing for Sound Factory, and it was about synth leads, and I said, I own Sound Factory, but I'm not sure if I would actually use any of these presets, because they sounded so weird. Very weird. So very... I would use them if I would make 90s trance or 90s gabba maybe. But that stuff that I do, I like the more dark and gritty stuff. You could use that as an intro. Let's move. I'm gonna move that one already here. These two I'm gonna move over anyway, and I'm going to move the drums already over here, and let's make some kind of very dark intro here. Yeah, I'm still wondering, now that Cameron got into the game audio design, let's see what is coming up. Because what he did for UVI was very interesting. And also his, I already got a few, not everything. I might, maybe next month I'll re-grab the others from his own synthesizer he did. Very interesting stuff, very cinematic. Very dark ambience. That's what I sometimes like. I don't like happy stuff. let's see how that sounds, actually. Yeah, that sounds very gritty. Might even do a second one. And change the notes a tiny bit. Oops. Transpose them a bit. It's very gritty. Very dark. Sounds like the opening scene of Blade Runner with the flames. Yeah, I know James Dyson. I do have some of his presets for the Cherry Audio stuff, and he's very. He actually made one preset pack for with that really sounded very Vangelis or Vangelis, or I'm not even. Nobody is actually sure how the guy actually is called. And then when you actually gives me some ideas to be going very industrial likes, because when I look at the drums here. I could. Let me just check. I had stereo effects. It's kind of sad they don't really. And someone actually said film tuning. I'm not sure. Let's see if it's working on the drums. It might. Now we're getting into the dark stuff. They should do more interesting effects. Yes, they do a lot of nice synthesizers, but from the effects point of view, yeah, they had the rack modes, and then you got the reverb and delay. You could build, if you're really into it, with voltage modular effects, and is an effect on the CA2600. Never used that. But if you really like nitty gritty crazy stuff, it's starting to like it, like this. Let's actually add. No, that is the kick, I think. Now that's the effects. Could actually crush the effects even more. The frequency shift, chromatic phaser. Maybe the what the the that was a bit too much. Very goody. Oh my goodness. That's very harsh. That's maybe too harsh. That's maybe a bit too harsh. Let's use the phaser maybe. They don't have a distortion. The ring model, but that's might be a bit too harsh. Maybe on the kick. I'm not sure if it's gonna work. Let's see. On the drums. maybe more subtle, not too harsh. Yeah. Once you know a bit how these things work, I could actually do some cutting of the drums. I had cut this one, and I thought I had no. No. Thought it would work. Now it did. Ha. So unless it's music, if you come from classic, yeah. But I think I always say you have to keep a broad mind. I can't say I like everything. Also, sometimes depend on my mood, but I can't make everything. That's for sure. But I could never do classical music anyway, and jazz neither. I was listening to yesterday. There was a guy. I think he was in chat once. He has a YouTube channel. He did a small stream and he played recordings that they did in Reaper while jamming over Ninjam. And that was all kind of, it was jazzy, but also different things. It was sometimes a little more funky, and there was a guitar player who was pretty damn good. But of course, I would not really watch a stream with someone. When I watch a stream where I'm not specifically liking the music genre, like when I watch a stream from Alchemy, it's very beat-driven. It has hip-hop influences, but it's all kind of stuff, but it's very rhythmic. I myself doubt that I would produce like that, but it's interesting to see the techniques he's using, like cutting all kinds and re-recording the beats and reusing all that stuff. That is actually pretty interesting, even though he does it in Bitwig. But and I'm always amazed when you look at it. Well, he makes so many layers of beats and rhythms, and it looks like, for me, it's overwhelming, the amount of layers. But he does the same thing when he sound designs his stuff in Faceplant. But once you hear it, it's a it doesn't really sound. It doesn't even sound like the crazy rhythmic manipulation that Aphex Twin did, or Tacker, or something like that. It's still very, very rhythmic, in the mindset of a bit of hip hop and a bit drum and bass, breakbeats, and a bit of dubstep in it. So was one of the Scott's Crone. I'm not sure. He did not mention who actually played. He just said we did some ninjams, but who played in it, I'm not so sure. But he's actually pretty damn good guitar player. I was kind of surprised that so much great music genre I'm not really into. Yeah, it's sometimes I get. It's like when you listen to radio. The radio, we all know, they play the hits, and yeah, they're popular. But sometimes you get things you go, oh, really? Or a song that you heard so much that you just can't stand it anymore. Like, I don't know, Hotel California, or I don't know, Stairway to Heaven. You could, oh, not again. And even for my favorite band, when they actually play something from Marillion, it is actually nothing else than Kaylee. I can't hear that song anymore. I just, oh, no. That thing is 40 years old. I can't stand it. Just move on. They did something else. But yeah, he might, maybe. Who knows? Alchemy styles, some of them. Yeah, his what Alchemy does is it's very rhythmic. Sometimes he does add some other elements, but it's very rhythm driven. But yeah, everybody has their like when you watch Andy streaming, he loves drones, and then yeah, he plays his guitar and then he jams with the guitar. And for someone who is maybe not into that drone stuff, said, that's boring. It's everything. It sounds always the same. But it's like watching a stream from that dark ambient label Cyber Chamber when they're doing the live streams or whatever they do. When I listen to it, oh, yeah, that's like 60 minutes of drony noise, and well, sometimes you hear an effect or sample somewhere. And for someone who's not used to it, you go, what the heck is that? Stairway to Heaven is a forbidden song. That was the only I got copy strike. Yeah, apparently you can't even play it in an instrument shop. don't play. But yeah, that's the thing with Led Zeppelin. Even Rick Beato had his problems with Led Zeppelin. Apparently, their copyright is very, very, very strict. Some bands who are less strict or Hairway to steal. But yeah, and that's the problem with radio. Yeah, you hear the hits, all the number ones, and they never play anything except if it's maybe an independent radio or a special show, or depending on the countries. I know that John Peel never played hits. He just played whatever he liked. But when you listen to the typical Radio 1 shit, yeah, it's the charts, the top 10, and then how much Led Zeppelin did stolen with this? Yeah, yeah. And the funny thing, we all know the story that some of Led Zeppelin's songs were actually stolen too. From, I think one blues man actually tried to attack them on court, and I think he lost because yeah. He said they stole my song, but was it? Wasn't it? So, yeah. It's not always... Let's see my transients here. I could actually... I will select them all, and then I will cut again. This one. And do the same thing here. So I got some cuts. Huh? Oops. Deselected. Let's select them again. No. Now I have to select them here. Let's do some splitting. I might need to select them all the time. Yeah. And I have to select them again. Already done some 3D. Jimmy's chord existing. Yeah, but with chords and notes, that's another thing. Because, yeah, it's all notes, and you can't copyright notes. So if someone makes a pop song with a very basic standard chord progression, like Taylor Swift does, like an whole album or a whole collection of albums with the same chord progressions all the time, you can't say, oh, you stole that. It's basic music school stuff for beginners that learn piano. I don't know. It's with melodies it's a bit different, but I think that's maybe one of the problems with copyright, especially these days. It's when we all get influenced, and actually there's that famous saying with copying and stuff. Everybody copies everybody, like painters, and every artist has influences and copies ideas and makes something new without it, because you have all these MIDI tools like that do the standard music school chord and melody stuff, generating stuff, and then the rest is up to you. Okay, I'm going to change something here, like I did with these very basic notes. It's but imagine when you make like drones, and you got last time I think it was in SOR chat when I said I can make music playing 60 minutes with only C3. It's possible. You just you can, I don't know, make a layer of sound with only one note. I've seen Data Bros. I was actually making kind of funny when I watched it, because every time I seen him going into the piano roll in Bitwig, laying down his notes, it's always C3. But when he was finished with all the effects and all kinds of stuff he did, you wouldn't say, "Oh, yeah, that's C3." So there was, I don't know, arpeggios and effects and gates and whatever he uses. I really want to punk how extreme good editing and extreme technical punk. Yeah, some of them actually are. Some, I know the Sex Pistols couldn't play. And I know for 100% sure that the guys from Joy Division and New Order, they can't play. And the singer can't even sing, because I seen them live. It was the worst concert I ever seen. New Order may sound good in a studio, but live, get them off the stage. It's horrible. The bass player is, he had his bass, and he plays it almost at the, the ground level, and it's so distorted, like it maybe suits the sound of Motorhead, but it didn't suit the sound that you hear in a typical. It sounded terrible, and yeah, the singer sings wrong. He would need Melodyne or Auto-Tune, and when you see old videos where they had some live jams on TV or whatever, when they really played live, when I've seen a video where they actually played Blue Monday, there was that girl with the synthesizer. She played one note. That's all she did. Did you see her putting down like ding, 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 ding. It's very basic. It's maybe not sounding, but they can't fucking play. It's but yeah, they still had success, but they were, and everybody knows, but when Joy Division was, everybody knew they couldn't play, because it's the punk attitude. Let's grab some instruments and play. Most punks know maybe the very basic chord progression. Let's put a band together and do the shit. But it's it's hard to deny the resemblance between John Williams scores and Gustav Holst music. That's John Williams, one of my. Yeah, it's when I was watching Dune 2, I was listening a bit to the sound design and the music, the background stuff that they did in Dune. Even the first few seconds it's mind-blowing, but it's still very basic. And someone said, wow, but it's, when you really listen to closely, there's not complicated melodies and chords and all kind. It's sound. It's just suits the movie. It's even think that Bach and these influence each other. They probably did. When I do think when classical composers in their time, they heard. I know it's just a movie. When you watch that old Mozart movie, it's a funny movie, but when he was playing for the king, and there was that composer, that Italian composer, and he mocked the stuff he wrote, but he changed the melodies and stuff, and you can play it like that and more tempo, and it was and I don't know if that actually happened in reality. I doubt it, but I'm quite sure that some in that period of time, when someone made a concert, like, I don't know what, I'm not a classic expert, but when they did a concert in a theater, there was maybe someone, actually another composer, that's actually, that idea is, that is great. Why didn't I thought of that? Zimmer is more about the sound. Then yeah, it is. Zimmer is, I would say, a cinematic scoring sound designer. He does it different. Sometimes hidden melodies around, depending on maybe the movie. But then you got film composers that really, where you hear melodies and all kind of emotions and stuff in there. But it also depends on the movie, because I can't imagine doing like a movie like Dune or even a horror movie where suddenly you hear a happy melody. Because I've seen movies, and then you, even if it's not a score, if it's just taking songs, something, what the heck did he thought on adding that kind of song? It doesn't suit. It doesn't work. It's it's like that very famous song, "I Will 500 Miles." You always hear that if they drive somewhere or they're running after their girl or something. You hear that song. It's famous for that. But I would not put that song in maybe a horror movie when someone actually trying to imagine, like in Halloween, when Michael Myers running after the girl, and you see the song, "I will walk 500 miles." That might. Oh, who had that idea? But actually, maybe it's would actually be funny. Oh, if you take Star Wars, yeah, but it still suits the movie. These days, the intro is famous, and I even seen a video about they actually stole something somewhere from a classical piece of music. So it's not really unique or new. As we saw, a space opera fantasy, and not, yeah. Because now when you look maybe like a movie like 2001, the intro scene, it's a very known classical uh, piece of music, that, or maybe something like what was that? Not 2001. Like many other movies where it's totally different, but when you consider this, yeah, it is sci-fi for kids. It's not Emerson, Lake and Palmer. The Emerson, Lake and Palmer used classical because most of them were classical trained. They used the classical influences in their compositions, and then you got other bands that had jazz influences. And if you're into music, you might hear something. When you hear something, that sounds like this, or like yesterday in the stream from a guy. There was one part of the recording, and suddenly I heard a sample. I said, "Oh, that sounds actually familiar." I actually said, "Yeah, I sampled Bowie." Just a little piece of it. I think it was some chorus, vocal chorus. Okay. Hope not to get a copyright strike for that. So we did make some cuts. Well, that's I could actually, let's do that copy thing, because I want to cut it up. I want to try something. But first, we need to make a short break. What do you think? So grab some coffee, beer, chips, popcorn. Who knows? Let's gonna save it. I want to try some of the actions I have. And cutting that CR78 beat up. And I'll be right back. feedback. Now, Vinci, you asked me, you stream on Friday, same time. Maybe, because those are more... the next one is on Wednesday, actually. Let me check my channel here. Planned it on Thursday or Wednesday. Not sure. Oh, let me check. It is 20. Yeah, it's on Thursday, Tuesday, not Thursday, Tuesday. So that's more testing around, and depending on my mood, because might not be next Saturday, but Sunday is fixed. Most of it, if I'm home or not sick, but during the week I will try to make some more during the week, more testing around, but we're also testing around here, but let me just check something on the could actually add another track, because I want to add the reverb on this. Yep, that works. That works. Yeah, it's always depending on my time, because I mostly come home late from work, so I can't start too early, and I do try to avoid if I want to watch someone else's stream. Now this one I wanted to try. There is an action that I have. Should the timeline grid. No, that's too much. Maybe let's see if I do 4. That should work. Haha. I used an action. I used an action. Normally, I have so many action in my Reaper stuff. So we could get rid of those. And we have some samples here. That's a lot of samples. Normally I'm too lazy to make audio edits, but Let's glue that. Got that to actually keep. Maybe use the echo here. Or maybe let's try. I think I only loaded it once. I'm not sure because I don't have a lot of modules in there. But let's see if there's something interesting in the voltage modular effects. It takes a while. Drums. Well, I'm not sure if they're actually really effects. I think they're mostly... No. They're not effects. They're sound effects. They could actually... So it's not a really effects processor. Oops. Let's use the other one. The delay. Got this. Haha, interesting. So that's the... could actually add the echo again. Oh, that's cool. And now let's see, gonna use if I use the same one on this one. Yeah, we're getting interesting stuff here. Maybe that one from the rack mode. The only thing is, it's a rack mode, but I don't know. They should have made this plugin here like modular. That would have been far more interesting. That you could, because they got what? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rack modes effects. Like, I would have made it like a channel strip, because you got channel strips like the PSP that Mike from Let's Talk About Rebo uses a lot, that is modular, or the IK multimedia mixing modules, where you can switch your models around. And I think even there's one channel strip from Slate Audio who is kind of similar, where you can switch the modules. And I don't think I don't have a lot of channel strips, but that would have been far more an interesting idea than to load them every single separate plugin. Then just make one instance and loading the modules inside would have been more interesting, at least for me. So you could actually make a chain of models, not even doing completely crazy, like a whole chain of effects to go totally nuts in sound design. I don't know. We still can go crazy. Make it mono. It's still a stereo effect. It's very loud. Very dark, industrial-like. I'm going to move these a bit later. Ooh, what's happening? Oops. Something is destroying something there. I'm going to do a bit more individual stuff. Yeah, that's more. I think my chat died. So we got this. We got reverb. No? I forgot that I made. Did I actually put them all? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Did made templates, but and I actually need to get this one out of the effects because it's not effects. So. Which one? So we had the Dream Synth. Maybe signs. They do have too much. The signs. And I thought I had some James Dyson stuff. We could actually make a layered sound with the same notes. Let's see how that sounds. Goes deep. That goes deep, 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 deep. Yep, 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 yep. Oops. I think my chat died. Oh, they left me. They left me. Who's actually streaming tonight? Let me just check. Projector doing his. Oh, there's SOR. He's doing the SF Stripe interview. I don't see. Yeah, Animotion doing at 7. There will be a jam with Andy, Animotion, and many others during the live stream. But I don't see Luke. But that's the thing with not sure if he has planned something. Mr. Sin Seeker. I think it's planned something. Yeah, it's 8. Milo is alive. That's good. How is your plant box doing? Is it growing for the tomatoes? Oh, there's some nasty stuff here. Let's get rid of that. There's some nasty stuff in here. I will do something else. Maybe could just do some I had some terrible feedback here. Yeah, feedback. I was watching Odo's stream on Thursday, and he had, poor guy almost blew his ears. He had some, I think he was experimenting some new models in Bitwig, and suddenly he played around with just one knob, and boom, terrible feedback. And I had the same thing from that Giorgio Santo thing, that Italian developer. I did buy, it was kind of all in one drone synthesizer effect player, something very, very odd thing. And depending on how you used it, depending on which module you loaded, it created terrible feedback. I almost destroyed my loudspeakers with it, and that was the last time I actually used it. I uninstalled it, and at the beginning I was interested what he's doing. Giorgio San. I can't remember his name. Might still have his Not sure. Sancto Fori. No. Found him. San Cristoforo. Si. Va bene. Did he actually made something new? I'm not sure. Substancia. Is that a Windows? Yeah, there's a Windows. The substance of sound. The only downside is it's all standalone. So you need to either record that stuff. He really makes some crazy plug. I can't say plugins, it's instruments. He made some Japanese crazy stuff here. But what the heck is that? Yeah, I heard about the he made a grain thing tape. It's very special. But it's I don't get it. Why doesn't he? Maybe it's a license thing, but now you have clap format. You could actually make clap versions from that thing. I don't know why he's doing just standalone synthesizers. It's very experimental stuff. Would be something that Heinbach would use, but yeah. Let's see. I did cut it. Cut. I didn't cut the... Because now that's the bass drum. Get rid of the bass drum here. And this one. Let's make a short break in there. And also, that's the rim shot. Maybe even... this one is already cut up. So let's cut these things up. And get rid of them. And this one actually, I could actually do that. So, got ourselves some break here. And I even could cut the effect. And I make something. That sounds better. So now I'm gonna select all these, and move them around to get a bit of space. The final frontier. These are the voyages of Davi the Huggmonster from Planet Fluff. I think I did drink too much water. Something is in the water. So, how does that sound? If I just, let's make it here. Sounds pretty dark. That's good. Sounds pretty dark. Did I actually save that joke there? Still save it. That's good. Oh, Tyler responded on my. Mardix. Mardix is really, really active again. But I would love to use some of his actions, because he recently published a few videos where he was using methods to make recordings of when you laid down MIDI notes and do a new channel and record that sequence into audio without rendering and stuff like that. But his videos, well, he's not talking, so it's a bit hard to follow what is he actually doing. You can download the scripts from the Reaper stash, but I would really like to have an idea what is he doing. So let's see if I get rid of those and make it a bit more spacey. Because, like, for example, this one here, these notes, and apparently has an action where he made some MIDI notes, and he has an action. Once you click on it, it creates a new track. It creates a send, and then records the audio of that thing. It is possible to do manually, but I'm too lazy to actually create such an action. So, you know, selecting items, make a send, and it's way. Biscuit! Mr. Half. Oops, wrong thing.
Hi.
Hello.
You got yours. It is possible. I could actually maybe even try to. So if I make these, I make a new channel like this, and I make a send the audio. So without rendering, put it on record, and then stereo, that should be good. So that should be working. But I'm not sure. I think his action almost looks like rendering, but I'm not sure. Summer is coming. Oh my. That's not summer. That's climate change. Yeah, even in since yesterday, temperatures did go up. And it's not really, it's too radical, and it's happening quite often that we got a few weeks very cold, and then boom, suddenly the temperatures go up far too early. But yeah, can't change it anymore. It's only getting worse. And I hope not too worse. Doomonger!
Hi.
Hello.
Biscuit said 2 weeks ago he said we have his snow. Yeah. Will had snow, but he's in the New York area. So we didn't have a tiny itsy bit this winter, but not really what you would expect in I can't say Luxembourg has typical winters, because even I remember when I was a teenager, we had some winters we had snow, but it's mostly they're not in like countries like far up north where you have snow is falling and then you had like 3-4 months constantly snow. We had, there was a storm coming. It had, sometimes it happened that actually it lasted a week, but then poof, was gone again. And so these days, even if we get, I think we had snow a few in January, and it didn't even last a day, because at afternoon temperatures were rising, and I seen people actually still getting rid of the itsy 1 centimeter snow on the sidewalks, and said, "What the heck are you doing?" In about a few hours, it's all gone. What do you actually? Yeah, the Milo had snow, but it's very, very unpredictable these days. Where you get snow and no snow, where temperatures rising and not rising, or falling down like crazy, but it's getting more and more crazy and unpredictable, and in some parts really, really crazy. When you see, I seen a video yesterday somewhere in the US. They had flooding, and the day after, all the water, the floods, were frozen. So he filmed his the road outside. You did, it really looked realistic. I'm not sure. I doubt it was special effects or AI. I really doubt it. You had the whole street with the cars, like you just seen the top of the cars, and the whole street was frozen. I don't know how thick it was, but maybe not thick enough to actually walk on. But yeah, it was fucking frozen. Damn. It's really like, it's almost like that famous scene in The Day After, or The Day After Tomorrow was the movie, where they had those storms and suddenly the temperatures dropping in a matter of minutes, so everything was freezing up. And it can happen, even in sometimes a matter of hours, depending on the weather zones happening. Sometimes you get suddenly, you wake up in the morning, it's still freezing, and then suddenly in 6-8 hours you got like 12-15 degrees, and it's very weird. And let's hope it's not getting worse. So that actually did work, but I also could just freeze it. But I really have to test this action from, I'll just get rid of it. I could just freeze it. And if I do like that, and that is a bit more faster than recording, but still, it's almost like creating a track. It's still very slow. Almost too slow. There you go. Because it renders the whole track. So the other thing might be more interesting. Let's see if I do this. I got my drone here. Oops. Nah. I'm clicking somewhere else. Maybe do a bit of audio processing. Like this, or even more like this. Me like this. And I'm gonna test it. But that's not faster than just fucking recording. Yeah. It's not really faster. I did have a script, but I didn't really really like how it was behaving. I'm not even sure if it is regularly updated. It was a method like Bitwig does, where you actually just bounce the audio, but well, during that time you can discuss things. It's almost time for a new break. Oh my goodness. Time passes. Yeah, but the vendors. Sorry. If want to render a track quickly, turn off all the other tracks and plugins. Yeah, that's the downside a bit of Reaper. It has almost too many options because with even the built-in freeze option, that's even it's kind of bounce in place, but the freeze has an interesting option that you can add effects, you can do stuff, and freeze it again, and do another stuff, freeze it again, and it unloads the plugins, but they're still there somewhere, but it's not calculating, managing the CPU and stuff. So that is an option, and there are others like scripts that I installed, but they kind of, I have a whole range of rendering stuff that do mono, stereo, multi-channel, pre-effects, post-effects, and all kinds of stuff that is very, for someone actually starting out with Reaper, that might be something very confusing. And that's, Bitwig handles that a bit better when you got some stuff running and just said, oh, bounce that in place, like if you had a MIDI clip, just bounce it out and work on it. So I don't know how other linear traditional DAWs handle that stuff, depending on how they work. Like maybe, I don't know, with Cubase, and depending on because we got people using Reaper strictly with audio, like Mike. He never uses MIDI. I think he made one video, he actually programmed some drums. Was kind of funny because he can drum, and he has friends who drums, and normally he records drums live, and guitars and bass and vocals. So he has no use for MIDI. But there's like John from the Reaper blog, he still uses MIDI, and a bit of both ways. And yeah, and some do. I know that, for example, when I'm watching the videos from Mardix, that's samples in MIDI. It's just that. So that's why maybe he had made those scripts. So, but I still have to figure out how they work. I even made an action, because the downside of freezing, it always locks the media item. So you have to unlock it if you want to actually do something with it, like even cutting and whatever. But yeah, Bitwig is, and that the downside is Bitwig has, if you like working a lot with audio, it's a bit quirky with mono and stereo, because it's a bit not like Reaper does, where the channels, the tracks can be whatever you want to be. Like, for example, if we go into the routing, it's almost like a console. So you got the master sends, and some might be lost in this because, you have your panning and volume, and then the sends. You can even send audio and MIDI out. That's like a mixer. And you have this kind of option. You can make a track 128 channels. I've seen some people doing that with multi-output drums. Like this morning, I seen Juanchis doing, showing how to do multi-out routing for drum machines and synthesizers. And then he uses one track who has so many channels, like the output of the plugin, that handles everything, and then subtracks with all the sounds coming in, like the kicks and snares. And I'm normally just doing the automated routing stuff. That's all I do, and I'm very, very rarely using more than 2 channels, except for sidechain maybe. But I don't do immersive or surround sound. That's not what I'm doing. I could, but I don't have anything that works with it. But yeah. And it has, you can more easily, like with, for example, the plugins, if I have some, depending on which one is it, because this one has 2 out. This one is very simple. I'm still not even know what this VST3 bus size is. It might be channel out. I'm not sure. I have to figure out what that is. But I can, if I could make the Dream Set 128 channels. What synthesization? That is actually normally Cherry Audio does simulations, but on the other side, Cherry Audio also makes their unique, I would call it sprinkle. And this isn't an emulation, I think. I'm not sure. Maybe let's check I'm not sure. Because the other we used, the signs, is clearly, that's built from, that's their own stuff. Let me check if I have the manual. Cherry Audio Dream Synths. Yeah, it's an all original virtual instrument. It does sound, they say, like the Ensoniq Hawaii sequential prophet and stuff, but it's not an emulation. 505. Yeah, it actually, it's, I do have a huge load of presets, and the vicious and thing that does make presets. He has quite a lot of presets too. Alex Reed made some I did buy a few at Cherry Audio. Some were also included. I did buy the one from James Dyson. I once even get a little gift from James. This one actually, Venus Theory. Not sure. I think I bought this from his Gumroad thing. I'm not sure. I know that the pad machine is from James Dyson. That I know, but it's no profit. Yeah, the Cherry Audio. It's like, I think the because even the last one that I used, that gritty one, the Atomica, it's kind of emulation, but still it's some kind of emulation of the Eastern gritty synthesizers from the Eastern Bloc. And then you got the Signs, who is very unique. And the others, you got the PS series, the 20 and 3. And there's one that I still don't have, is the, what it is called, I launched the, because I'm still missing quite a few. There's 2 or 3 I won't buy because it's not the sound I'm looking for. Might take a while. The store. I don't have the P10 yet. I don't buy the organ. The Rhodes, not. Maybe the Whirlybirds. No, I won't buy that one. The Pro Soloist, maybe, because that's the synthesizer from the 70s. It says I treasured preset-based prog rock icon. I can't say that I do a lot of prog rock. And there's one, that Harmonia. That one I might grab still, and the Octave Cat. And that's an emulation from the Cat from 1976 from Octave Electronics. The funny thing is, there are so many old synthesizers from all around the place that either Harmonia is really good. Yeah, I've seen videos about it and always forget to grab it. Seen James playing with it. But there's so many synthesizers. Recently, Heinbach was visiting the Swiss private synthesizer. I wouldn't even call it museum. It's like a huge archive of synthesizers. It's a private collection, as far as I know, and you have to really demand access, because the young gods from Switzerland actually recorded their last album using sounds from those synthesizers. They grabbed a few, they look around, and then recording the sounds that they need, and then sampled that stuff in Ableton. But that museum, it isn't a museum because it's not, you can't visit that thing. It's, when you look at, when Heimbach was posting the picture on Facebook, he said, oh, Mr. Heimbach is visiting the Swiss synthesizer. And as far as I know, In that collection is every synthesizer ever built inside. Maybe not. It might be missing like stuff like the Tonto or very obscure, crazy ones. But as far as I know, he collected every synthesizer that was made around the world, like Italians and Russians and whatever. And they all apparently work. So this with Voyager octave plateau became Voyager. Adaptive spectral synth that you can put your own sample in as I thought about. I heard about that it's sample based, but I didn't really quite get it. Okay, what do you mean sample based? And now you say when you can, it's a bit like the tomophone, where you can import the samples and then make kind of wavetables, and that's interesting. Chance to buy fully working with 19 worked with Sam Ash. I know what analog at that. What my JC use, we can say. Yeah, it's no common nano design octave cat. Yeah, but there's some we know how many emulations you get from from the CS80 and the famous Korgs and all kind of stuff. But the more obscure stuff, even old or new, whatever, because like Da Vinci Girl showed that crazy CMI emulation. The only other existing is from Arturia, as far as I know, and UVI they are actually searching for the more obscure ones. That's maybe why some don't really like the sounds, because they made a collection for obscure Japanese synthesizers and Italian synthesizers, and that maybe not always the sound you're looking for. So, what's your 18 virtual instrument out there? Forget it's free or paid. Do you like Fairlight Quasar Beach? I actually played around with the Arturia version from the CMI and the Fairlight, and it has a very specific 80s sound. Yeah, it's using samples, but on the very limiting hardware things they had back then, because even like normal samplers just could sample like very very itsy bitsy portion of a sample. That's why some stuff sound like they sound, but Pierce, they never do MIDI. Yeah, that's kind of odd. MOOC subsequence and Gaia Tribe. I never used. Yeah, but it's all about. I do like sometimes emulations of old stuff, but maybe for specific sound, like with the intro or stuff, I'm not even using a lot of keys and leads. I mostly use pads and drones and sometimes sequencing, and there might be some synthesizer you say, that's not really the sound I'm looking for. Maybe just a bit, maybe, but even the Cherry Audio stuff there is. I once tried to use the that bass thing that is kind of emulation of the bass pedals that I think Mike Rutherford used it a lot. I think it's the MG1 Plus. It's not a thing that you would use in even the lowdown. It's not even a drone. It's purely if you play bass, you could load it just to show you. There's two of them. Like there's that's the lowdown. That's one. It's actually bass pedals that often Genesis used to underline. You clearly hear it when you listen to Seconds Out, the live recording. The bass, when you have a really good hi-fi system, you clearly hear and feel it when he actually played those pedals. And I recently read the book from Steve Hackett, and he said when Mike Rutherford started using those pedals, when they played live, he said, "Whoa, that's a nasty bass." Which it says, yeah, that might be even used by Rush, because there are some songs where you clearly hear it's not bass, it's not really synthesized, it's more like a very small, like would play in a traditional organ, like the pedals they used. So and the other one, I think, is not the polymode, is something different. Yeah, this one is actually, because the surrealistic is bassy, but it's not a pedal. Because even the presets, there aren't many presets in here. So we got very, very basic stuff. So you would actually, if you have a certain a company, a bass, like Nord lead. Oh my goodness, that's another one. That's actually one that I know. The Nord lead stuff. Need some break. I need some break. Be right back. Whee! I'm back. I could. I want to maybe. That's the reverb. Maybe add this one here. I'm gonna leave that like that. Might use for the intro another version of the. I think it had effects on it. I normally don't really like to use it. Definitely not liking making a patch from scratch. Maybe trying the. I did buy the October stuff. Effects. We found something. Haha. Mr. October is not here today. He also made some other presets for Cherry Audio. It's almost like water. This one? No, it doesn't suit. Bonus. Ooh. I like the two. Maybe with the same notes. Actually sounds pretty good. Milo likes the 2600. Yeah. I watched like twice the the video, the whole playlist, how it works. I got an idea, but I always keep forgetting how to patch from scratch. Maybe someday, I don't know. But I do know how it's pre-routed and the rest is more modulation things. And I do have also the Arturia version of it. But and then there's the Korg version of it. But yeah, you can actually make crazy things with it. Like if you're really into the sound design stuff. Many possibilities. With some big reverb and delay. Yeah, can imagine that. Because I know that the Arturia one has a bit more advanced features, like they added a sequencer thing. That's very interesting. And here you can make kind of sequencing, but that's more like gates and modulation stuff, but it actually works. Could call them bubbles. Bubbles. We got something. And we could actually use the bubbles twice, like here. You could actually add use the the echo on here to make the bubbles more interesting. Bubbles! Oh, done one. Yeah, and I think it's more expensive. Maybe one day, because the core collection is pretty expensive. I almost did get I think it was the M1 was on sale. I said, should I or shouldn't I? Maybe someday, but I'm trying to avoid too much old stuff emulations, like 70s, 80s and stuff. I got a whole bunch of them to explore. So, yeah. And we still have that sequence here. And let's see. Oops. That was not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Cut it up and duplicate. And if I use, I like delays, so. Oh my goodness. That's maybe a bit too much, but... How you make the cowbell? The cowbell is actually from the CR78. It has, when you look at it, when you activate it, the cowbell. It's it's a synthesizer. But I think the craziness comes when you go into the voice edit. Where's the cowbell here? The cowbell here. The pitch and the decay. And of course the effect stuff. But which one? I couldn't see the screen. Yeah, cowbell. It sounds like nothing, but once you add the effects, it actually gets interesting. It's very simple. But when it comes to the whole shebang, it actually sounds quite fun. It's not a real cowbell, definitely. The main roland next to drums. Beep, 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 beep. Nice sequence. Wow. I can't say they sound bad. Sadly, I can't play like James Dyson. That sounds like marimba. There's so many stuff in there. Not right. That reminds me of something. Very nice. Let's play Donkey Kong. There's two separate things. Let's make an 80s movie here. I'm wondering, I like that. I'm not sure if it actually would, if I put those a bit later and use, let's see, use the sequence here. Yep. And that was the... That's, oops, that was the wrong MIDI item. And then... If it works with the drums. not really. Doesn't work. Does not work. As I'm not knowing which is triggering what. Frequency oscillator. Because the tempo. Sequencer enabled. Upper, lower. Gate sync. Nah. It doesn't work with the song. That sounds of a very known movie. But I can't remember which movie it reminds me of. Funny. Sadly, they don't. Sequencers. Does it work with the drums? I found something. Various here, cheapy looks. Snoopy's West Coast. Snoopy's West Coast, yeah. So that works, actually. Like this. With the whole drums. Might work. Very simple. Now I sound actually like James Dyson. Almost. But I actually like where this is going. Once you actually know how the and I've apparently seen someone actually explaining to record the sequence. It's a bit quirky apparently. So because you have to like record and play, I think, because it's not a very, very old school sequencing thing. But yeah, it's work. Video move to east. Ta-ta. But I kind of like where it is going. Just see if I. I want to duplicate this and make shorter sequences like that. And even shorter. Like that. Make them all a bit shorter. Otherwise, get a bit too much. Sounds pretty good. Milo is confusing Long Beach with Long Island. That's two opposite directions. Every time I hear Long Beach, I clearly remember someone shouting, "Scream for me, Long Beach!" from Iron Maiden. Live After Death, recorded at Long Beach Arena. Scream for me, Long Beach! And Long Island is more where the rich folks from New York live. Some of them. Not all of them, but a few. Very nice place. But yeah, sometimes it can be a bit windy there. Now I've been to USA, me neither, except with the finger on the map. I always get invitations like visiting Will or doing cable management for Mike in Tennessee, but maybe when I'm retired in a few years I might travel, but I'm not a travel type. I was close in Vancouver and Montreal, Toronto. Oh, no, wait. Not really close either. That's a bit up north, where those Canadians live. The new enemies of the U.S. Or it's the other way around. I don't know. All kind of neighborhoods and demographic in Long Island. Yeah, the Hamptons, North Shore Golf Course. Yeah, that's what a very expensive houses are. Come to Romania. That's maybe closer than the US, but I'm not even sure my mom does travel a lot, but I'm not sure if he actually did travel to Romania. She did all kinds. She was in New York once, and even Florida. She was in China. She always wanted to go to New Zealand, but that might never happen. But Romania doesn't require a visa. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, traveling. Traveling is an expensive thing, and I buy too much plugins to have money to travel. Yeah. Wrapping it up. I'm gonna jump over. I'm gonna eat something, and then jump over to some streams. Don't want just two. Flight is €20. That's cheap. Let's see who's live. I think it's Luke. No, it's not. James Dyson is. Yeah, and the Jam from Andy and stuff. Well, let's see which for Joe Nolan. So thanks for watching. The next one is in a few days, so watch out channel for the stream. I'm going to explore my JS plugins, and it's quite a lot. Might go to very fast or very slow. I don't know. That's exploring stuff with Fluffy Monster here. So see you around. Have a nice Sunday evening, day, night, wherever you are. So have fun, and yeah, see you next one. Hope this crazy cherry audio stream might do more, but depends on the sound I'm moving. It's not finished yet, but maybe it's a new popcorn jam. So let's see. Yeah, cheers, and oops, wrong window. Bye-bye. Whee. Oh, wait.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Oops.
Maximum duration 10 seconds. Repeat, 10 seconds.